ازيكم يا شباب عاملين ايه؟ اتمنى يا رب ان انتوا تكونوا بخير. امين يا رب. وحشتوني والله التلات ايام دول عدوا كأنهم 3 ايام بس. بالظبط وحشتوني دي حقيقة. أه طبعا محدش سأل فيا ال3 ايام دول. مقدر ظروفكم، اكيد ما كنتوش فاضيين، يعني اكيد ما كنتوش فاضيين. اكيد ما كنتوش فاضيين. اكيد. محدش سأل فيا ودي حقيقة. يعني مش عارف ليه كده يعني. 3 ايام محدش سأل فيا. يا عم مش انت يا عم، مش انت يا عم. ما احنا اصحاب على البتاع الزفت الفيس، مش انت. حد جاب سيرتك؟ بقول متابعيني الاعزاء. متابعيني الاعزاء كان المفروض يسألوا عليا. كان المفروض يسألوا عليا متابعيني. بس يلا. يلا. خير، انا زعلان منكم جدا. زعلان منكم جدا. زعلان. حقيقي حقيقي. محدش سأل فيا ال3 ايام دول يا خالد. من حقي كبني ادم طبيعي اني ازعل. من حقي ازعل. 3 ايام ما بستش، محدش سأل فيا. انت متخيل يا خلودة؟ محدش سأل فيا. محدش عارف انا تعبان ولا عيان ولا بموت، وانا كنت تعبان على فكرة. بالمناسبة يعني انا كنت تعبان ال3 ايام دول. عشان ايه؟ طبعا انتوا ما سألتوش ومحدش عارف. ال3 ايام دول كنت تعبان. لا انت شخص محترم يا خالد، انت بتسأل، انت في اوقات كتير سألت. انت في اوقات كتير سألت يا خالد، لا. انت من الاصدقاء المحترمة يا خالد، اللي انا فرحان فعلا بصداقتها. طبعا محمود. اها. وارنينج ماشي. طبعا محمود كده كده انا وهو على الفيس، فعادي يعني بيسأل. واحنا مع بعض عادي. فخير خير. ندخل في المعمعة اللي احنا هندخل فيها دي. In Vampire, every action you take can have consequences. حلو ده. Every action. لحظة واحدة. بس كده. Every action you take can have consequences. Whenever the symbol is displayed حرف الواي ده on your screen an auto save is ماشي. يا جورج انت داخل تقول لي العب يا جورج. بقول لك زعلان منكم داخل تقول لي العب. ماشي يا جورج ماشي. ماشي. ربنا على الظالم والمفتري واللي ما بيسألش على حد. ما انا شفت بس الرباية، بس قلت انه واخد استراحة واجازة. لا دي يعني حتى لو خدت اجازة من من البث. تمام. ما كنتش اخد اجازة ان انا اعمل بث بلاي ستيشن. يعني أنا حتى ما بثتش عرض بلاي ستيشن. كنت هعمل له بس ما بثتوش بسبب اني كنت تعبان برضه اليوم ده ما قدرتش. حلوة الموسيقى من اولها كده. العرض كان حلو جدا، كان عن الالعاب الاندي، الالعاب الصغيره كده، مش الالعاب الكبيره. ايه انا قلت برضه هنقعد ساعه ولا ايه؟ هتلاقيني لازم احرك البتاع. لا 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 لا, لا. احلى من سبونج بوب. احلى بالنسبه لي شوف بجد، العاب احلى بالنسبه لي شوف. يعني لعبه زي باثلس، لو شفت انت العرض بتاعها، لعبه جميله جدا باثلس. set brightness audio ايه ده؟ لا، ما ده اول عرض ليها كان في عرض بلاي ستيشن، لو كنت نظر هتلاقيها. بصوا يا جماعه، لو في اي ملاحظه، صوت عالي، صوت انا، صوت اللعبه، يبقوا عرفوني على طول. تمام. الناس اللي كانت بتقول لي خلي اللعبه الفريمات اعلى، هكرهك ليه يا جورج؟ هكرهك ليه يا حبيبي؟ ما بكرهش حد، الحمد لله، الحمد لله، نفسي من جوه صافيه، الحمد لله، ما بكرهش حد، الحمد لله، نشكر ربنا. متقلقش متقلقش. في شخص هنا حبيبي، شخص موجود معانا هنا في البث، حبيب قلبي، كان بيقول لي خليها فريمات. تمام، مش موجودة أصلا، الخيار ده مش موجود. ماشي يا حاج، فريمات. مفيش يا حاج فريمات الخيار. مفيش فريمات. خليها فريمات، خليها فريمات. خليها فريمات، ابو الحاج مات. انت مش عارف، يلا. انا كده كده بلعب على النورمال مود على طول، فيلا نلعب على النورمال، نشوف ايه اللعبة الغريبة اللطيفة دي. هنمص دم الناس يا جماعة، انا مبسوط اوي. همسك رقبة حد كده، ولا اقعد اشرب بس ممكن دمهم يطلع وحش، يعني ممكن دمهم يطلع وحش. طب هي الته مكان حرف ايه؟ وانا اكتر منك، انا قلت بقى ماشي، وانا اكتر منك.
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
الموسيقى حلوة على فكرة، الموسيقى حلوة أوي. ده اللي هو اسمه كمان تقريبا.
Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
صحي من النوم، صحي من النوم، كان بيحلم بكابوس وصحي. اي حد بيحلم بكابوس بيصحى الصحيان ده. معروفة، يكون عايز يشرب كوباية مية على طول، رأيه ناشف. ما حلوة اللعبة من قبل ما تبدأ يا خالد؟ انت بدأت الموضوع ده؟ لا مش موضوع مغني، بس انا يعني لما بسمع ده مصاص الدماء، بس يعني في آلات لما بسمعها بعرفها يعني. شفت مش قلت لكم صاحي من النوم كابوس فعطشان. عطشان. هو مش سامع حاجة يا أختي. يا جعان يا عطشان يا ابن الفامباير.
My sweet brother. What have you done?
Mary! Oh, no. Mary! Hold on. Please, hold on. Oh, God. Mary. Mary. No. No.
هو ايه الغباء يا اخي؟
It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain!
شفت هو خلاك تكسب لين فعلا.
These patrols are after me.
See them fancy clothes?
No!
This
No!
one's a top.
Don't shoot! This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here. This can't be happening.
Over there! There's one of those birds. There's one of them.
No! Please, stop! I mean you no harm. What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about?
Shit, where'd it go?
Now, I can defend myself.
Kill the thing!
Who are you?
تعالى لا لا.
Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
دي حقيقة. ما قلت لكم ما اقصدش اي اذى لاي حد. الله سيبونا نمشي وخلاص. انتوا ايه اللي كده ده؟
Who are you? Stupid beast! Sorry.
Over there! Stop! Who are you? One of them What do you want?
السمنة بقى والأباحة دي.
I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech! Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name? I'll do the rest of the job.
الشمس امشي من هنا. الشمس يا متخلف سخنة. هو ما كانش عارف ان ياخده، هو كان جعان.
Feels like it's burning me to the bone. I need to find somewhere to hide. Right now! Let me go! I need to find shelter. Is anybody there?
دي حقيقة. مش عارف السر، بس نفسي اعرف ليه
Seems abandoned.
ليه المفروض ان هم
I should be
بيتحاولوا في
safe
الشمس.
enough here.
يعني هو المفروض اكيد في سر، يعني ليه بيتحاولوا من الشمس؟ في سبب بس يعني ما عرفوش. ماري.
Brother, what have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
عضت اختك يا عضاد يا ابن العضادة يا حقير يا حيوان. عضت اختك يا قذر يا جعان يا فامباير يا فامباير مش فامباير يا فامباير يا حقير يا عضاد. لحظة واحدة ماشي، انا ما انكرتش، بس ليه؟ ايه السبب بقى؟ يعني ليه بيتحرق من الشمس؟ فاهم يا عم الكتكوت؟ ليه بيتحرق من الشمس؟ هي دي الفكرة. Leashes do not fear the sun or fire, and they don't burst into flames or ashes when they are caught under rise of daylight. But it hurts them good, really good. I have personally chained a vampire to a tree to see what would happen to him when the sun rises. His skin blackened in a few minutes, as if he was burning from the inside. His eyes and his flesh melted. Wow. And I saw his unholy bones move and sickle as he tried to escape all day long. In the end, only discoated corpse remained, which started to slowly regenerate. When the sun disappeared behind the horizon, I cut the head of the beast to finally destroy it. And when I tried the same test with fire, the bloody leash never came back from the ashes. Fire is our weapon of its choice. Brothers, to burn the beast is the best way to kill it for God. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldris. ماشي. اتفضل يا خالد. اللي عمل الفامباير عمل الشمس بتحرقه، يبقى اكيد عمل سبب، ده اللي انا اعرفه. المفروض ان هو جرب النار والشمس على الفامباير. الشمس بعد ما بشرتهم بتبقى سودة وعظمهم بيبان، بعد الشمس ما تختفي جسمهم بيرجع يتجدد تاني، انما النار بتحرقهم الى الابد. انا بدي اشتري شي من متجر السوني وانا معي مصاري بس الحساب. بدي اشتري شي ايه، لحظة، انا بدي اشتري شي من المتجر سوني وانا معي مصاري بالحساب وبدي اشتري شي. اوك اي لما اكبس شراء بيقولي لازم من باي بال او بطاقة. بتشتري ايه بالظبط؟ لو بلاي ستيشن بلس شهر او 3 شهور او 6 شهور هيقول لك كده. لو بلاي ستيشن ناو معرفش. لو لعبة المفروض مش هيقول لك كده، هياخد المصاري اللي عندك. ناو، لا ناو هيقول لك باي بال. يعني تقريبا عشان تشتري ناو لازم تشتري سنة عشان ما ياخدش باي بال، او ما ياخدش اي اداة تانية للشراء. طب الاول اطلع فوق الاول ولا اخرج؟ اعتقد نقعد هنا شوية عشان في شمس بره والجو سخن بصراحة. تلاقي الكلبة البلدي اللي ميتة دي.
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve. That's impossible.
بدأ يتذكر. طب في خير تاني اللي هو البطاقة، بس بطاقة شو؟ هو اعتقد عشان تشترك في ناو شوف محل عندكم بيشتري اشتراك ناو يعني. انا شرف ليا انك تكون اخويا، والله انا شرف ليا ان انت اللي تكون اختي والله. والله انا شرف ليا انا ان انت اللي تكون اختي. لا ما يعني ما ينفعش تعكسيني في الشات عشان في هنا ولاد وبنات. والله حلوة يعني نعاكس بعض مع بعض. ما هنا عيب، هنا عيب، هنا مكان اكل عيش.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish.
هو
I still
تقريبا
have so much left that needs doing.
هو تقريبا في حد عضه، تمام؟ يعني كان جعان عضه وسابه، ما يعرفش بقى ان هو هيعيش، ولما هيعيش هيبقى اكبر غلطة من اللي عضه ده ان هو ما خدش باله ان هو ده عايش. عارفين انتوا الكلام ده؟ هيندم كل لحظة ان هو ما اتأكدش ان انا ميت. ضحكة شوية ضحكة شوية ضحكة شوية.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now! No. There's time. I can save him. That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital! Done. He'll live. And now what? We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
يعني انت دكتور ولا قاتل ولا انت حكاية امك ايه معانا؟ ريفولفر. مفيش حاجة يعني. هو ليه كاتبين تدخل شوف الديتيلز. ديتيلز ايه؟ مسدس حقير زي اي مسدس. هو انا بكره ياغي بس نقرا. يوم 15 اكتوبر bad sleep، النوم سيء يعني. Becky could all night and the fever made her delirious. قعدت تكح طول الليل. انا هحاول اترجم اللي انا اعرفه، اللي ما اعرفوش هقراه خلاص. المهم قعدت تكح طول الليل والحمى خلتها البت يا عيني مهلوسة. I heard a big noise in the morning. انا سمعت ضجة كتير في الصبح او الصباح يعني. It's a big machine. Some men brought by the banks to dig a big hole on the ground. آلة. بعض الأشخاص أحضروها عشان يعملوا فتحة كبيرة في الأرض. Some sort of mechanical shovel. عارفين انتوا اللي هو اللي بيحفروا فيه الأرض، هو ده يعني آلة ميكانيكية بتحفر مكان البتاع اللي بيحفروا بيه ده بإيديهم. Maybe I could go there and ask for some work. Becky needs medicine. ممكن اروح اسأل هناك على شغل لو محتاجين شغل عشان بيكي مراته دي عايزة علاج يعني. يوم 16 اكتوبر اتكلم مع الناس اللي بيشتغلوا في المكنة التحفر دي. Told me they are digging mass graves all around London. قالوا له ان هما بيحفروا قبور. تمام. all حوالين لندن كلها. Safety measures. Is there a new coming back? They had no work for me. ما عندهمش شغل ليه. Becky slept a little last night. مراته نامت قليل الليلة الماضية. مرضه ما فيش شغل في الأماكن القريبة منه. يوم 19 أكتوبر راح لندن to find some drugs عشان يدور على مخدرات وحاجة علاج تقريبا. No trains. It took me the whole day. Market. We have no money left. ما فيش معانا أي فلوس. Maybe I could go the hospital tomorrow. But it's so far and I fear to leave my wife for so long. المكان بعيد جدا بس أنا خايف أسيب مراتي كتير قوي. يوم 19 أكتوبر بيكي رجعت. الله يقف أهلك أنت وجوزك يا رب. The meal a few hours after she ate. بعد ما كلت الأكل رجعته. الله يقرفك. He is so fine now. makes me cry. بيعيط. في رجالة بتعيط. عيب يا جدع. ايه قلة الأدب دي. She says she wants to eat a meat. كانت عايزة تاكل لحمة. لحمة يا بنتي وانا عارف اجيب لك ده ولا ما اجيب لك لحمة. Where would I find meat؟ يعني انت دي مشكلتك. هتلاقي فين اللحمة؟ هتلاقي اي بني ادم وقطعه لها واكله لها. ايه ده. يوم 21 اكتوبر هنقعد طول الليل نقرا مع مذكرات ايه ده. اهلا يا يوسف. اهلا منور. هستفاد اكيد. هستفاد حاجه في الاخر يعني. وانا اكيد هستفاد حاجه في الاخر بس اصبر يا عم. خلي بالك طول شويه. ايه ده شويه. ايه ده شويه. وايه ده. لحظه كده. اوه ده انا نسيت حاجه مهمه. اوكي. انا برضه حسيت ان انا نسيت حاجه مهمه. ماشي ماشي ماشي. المهم، لا مش كده، كده. لحظة واحدة معلش، لحظة واحدة عشان نكمل بقية المذكرات القذرة دي. اوكي. لا 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 لا. تمام، عارفينك تعرف تقرا انجليزي؟ يعني ايه عارفينك تعرف تقرا انجليزي؟ مش فاهم يا يوسف. لا يا يوسف، بس خلي بالك بس من حاجة، عشان ايه اسلوبك بس ما عجبنيش. تمام. لا انا مش بقرا عشان اعرف الناس ان انا بعرف اقرا انجليزي او لا. ماشي. يوم 21 المكنة اللي بتحفر وقفت. digging the mass grave I heard shots last night. سمع صوت طلقات نار. لا يا يوسف، محدش هيقول لي اعمل ايه. ماشي. يعني انا عديت اسلوبك وقلنا خلاص. طيب العب دي، لا محدش هيقول لي اعمل ايه. ماشي. يعني يا ريت بس تحسن اسلوبك. زمان، وزي ما كان المكنة وقفت وسمع هو صوت طلقات نار الليلة الماضية. as if they were attacked. انهم بيتهاجموا، كما لو انهم بيتهاجموا. على راسي يا يوسف ان انت متابعني من زمان، بس اسلوبك مش حلو. على راسي. انا ما قلتلكش، ما غلطتش فيك انا، عشان عمري ما بغلط في حد. انت اسلوبك مش حلو. ما لو حد متابعني بقاله 10 سنين، لو اسلوبه معايا مش حلو مش هتكلم معاه حلو. ماشي. يعني هي دي بتدخل في القائمة لوحدها؟ لا اسلوبك اللي هو طيب العب، اللي هو يعني خلصنا والعب، فاللي هو الاسلوب مش حلو يا يوسف. فاهم؟ يعني انا اكيد هلعب، ما هو ده لعبة، اللي انا بقراه ده لعبة. ماشي. المهم خلينا اقرا عشان ندخل في اللعبة. الكاميرا وانهم بيتهاجموا. now there are only a few birds so bodies they inside the smell stable. ريحة بشعة. but Becky she refused to leave. يلعن ابو بيكي على ابوك يا جدع. she said with a nasty smell. ماشي. يوم 22 بيكي just attacked me. she jumped on me from the stairs and tried to bite me. دي اتحولت فامباير. اتحولت فامباير I had to smack her and she smacked me back. Oh. Oh. I couldn't sleep at all because it was nice scratching at the door. قعدت طول الليل تخابش الباب عشان تفتحه، وهو قاعد يصلي لربنا. I was so hungry I tried to go on my things. الست الحقيرة اللي لقيناها تحت دي مراته بيكي. تمام. اللي كانت عايزة تعضه لما اتحولت فامباير ومش عارف ايه، وقعد يعني هو فوق طول اليوم وماتت تحت وهو مات فوق. يعني ده ملخص اللي حصل يعني. يلعن ابو شكلك انت وبيكي والليلة السوداء دي يا حقير يا قذر انت.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only.
كان بس حلو، كان بس حلو. يلا باي باي. يلا خلصنا اللعبة من بعد، من أول ما بدأنا. يلا حلو. فأهو اللعبة خلصت في نفس البث يا جماعة. ما لحقتش تخلص لسه للأسف.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, contains blood in sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Evolution. Hideout beds allow you to evolve and rest. Spend experience point to level up and improve your vampiric skills. السراير المستخبية دي هتديني القدرة ان انا اعمل upgrade للقدرات بتاعتي. معايا 1735. معايا نقطة واحدة. مقفول level 4 required, level 2 required, level 3, level 3, level 5, 3, 2, level 10. بس عايز اعرف اعلى level. level 10 level 10 يعني المفروض اعلى level هيبقى level 10. level 10 details. Oh my god. The vampire used the power of his blood to heal himself. بيهيل himself بدمه and increase his natural fresh nerves and bones regeneration. With time, his vampire ability can be extremely powerful and will surprise an aware vampire hunter. We think vampires are immortal, it's true, but if you can block their unnatural regeneration capacity, they are more vulnerable than you think. يعني ماشي is points مش بالنقط. يعني بالليفل الاكسبيرينس بوينتس. حلو نايس. ده خلاص كده. ايه ده؟ ايه ليفل 6 12 ليفل 24. يا نهار اسود. لا ده لسه احنا مطولين شويه شكلنا في اللعبه دي. ماشي. احنا مش خلصنا واحده. to unlock aggressive skills. فين aggressive؟ aggressive هي دي ماشي. choose one to unlock. You throw a spear of blood which can pass through the enemy in front of you. ماشي. شوف دي. ضربات قريبة. حمادة انا عارف انك لعبت اللعبة. اترك كل شخص يلعبها كما يريد. سيبني اتعلم. ما انت مش قاعد لينا في البث عشان تعرفني. هعرفها لوحدي يا محمود، ما بحبش الاسلوب ده بجد. كده كده ما قريتش رسالة فامسحها عشان مش عايز انا اعرف القدرة غير لما اجي استخدمها. Left from mother like clothes instead of I made a range strike which can cut all living creatures from to عن ليفل 3. انا لما بقى بشيل مهارة بوصل لليفل اعلى. ماشي. confirm. حلوة فكرة confirm دي عشان لو عايز ترجع في كلامك.
That voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
في أي حاجة هنا؟ Chapter 1 Quarantine Eternal Threat. أول مهمة في Chapter 1 اللي هو Quarantine Eternal Threat. ليه يا حبيبي قتلت نفسك؟ عشان مراتك الحقيرة؟ مراتك اتحولت فامباير. لا في صوت. ايه ده؟ ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده ايه ده؟ دي عايشة بنت الجزمة. بس ما اعتقدش ان في فامباير.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
بقول لك ايه، ده فامباير يا عم الحاج. إيه عايزه يطلع في النهار ازاي؟ مش كان هيتحرق من شويه يا خالد؟ ما تصحصح كده خلوده صحصح. بس ما اعتقدش فامباير هيقتل فامباير يعني. بس عايش.
Here's the leech. Here.
اوه حلوه دي، فكرتني بانفيموس سكند سان، فكرتني بيه.
My head's spinning.
Oi! Come out, you coward!
It's locked, all right.
كلتي ليه يا حقيقة؟ Offhand weapons can be used by ماشي. ماشي. يمكن المفتاح ده يفتح حاجة فوق. ماشي. ليه ما خلوهاش R3 يعني مش فاهم.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Can be
Die, vermin!
to bite a stand enemy.
The strength I never knew I had.
هلا والله يلا ايه حية ايه هلا والله يلا حية. هي هلا والله مفهومة ايه
This one stinks already.
ماشي.
There's one of them! Watch yourselves!
This shouldn't be possible.
Bloody leech!
Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire.
اذا في حد بيضرب تاني ولا؟ انا بخير انا بخير. انت شو احوالك؟ شو اخبارك؟ يا محمد شو اخبارك يا محمد؟
My strength, my reflexes.
بص يا
I'm
محمد،
not human anymore.
يعني انا فعلا فرحان بوجودك وكده، بس يعني يا ريت ما تلقبنيش بألقاب. يعني يا قشطة يا كابتن، انا عن نفسي ما بحبش كده، فيا ريت بس تحترم رغبتي، ويعني لما تيجي تقول لي حاجة تقول لي باسمي. يعني قشطة يا كابتن يا عسل، انا ما بحبش كده، فيا ريت يا ريت. اسمي مينا. كل ده متعرفش ان اسمي مينا؟ اسمي مين؟ هو الاساسي مينا؟ انا عايز اعرف ليه الناس فاكرين ان اسم مينا ده مش حقيقي. يعني ايه اللي حسسكم ان اسم مينا ده مش حقيقي؟ انا هموت واعرف. يعني حسيتوا منين ان اسم مينا ده مش حقيقي؟ هو بالنسبه لكم مينا ده مش اسم اصلا؟ ولا انتوا ما تعرفوش اسم مينا ولا ايه؟ اسمي بيضحك؟ اسم ها اسمي بيضحك؟ يعني اعتقد ان عيب، يعني عيب لما تضحك على اسم حد عشان انت كاتب اسمه وبعد كده بتضحك، فهو عيب. مش معنى ان اول مرة تشوف حد باسم مختلف فان انت تضحك على اسمه. هو ما فهمتش بس ماشي. هي المشكلة الناس اللي تدخل تقول لي ده اسمك الحقيقي. طب وانا يا جماعة هكدب ليه يعني؟ Join the ranks. You are king and the country need you. ماشي.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us.
مش عاجبني ان انا افضل دايس على الزرار عشان اجري.
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
مزاجي بمعنى ايه؟ حلوة أوي الحتة دي، الحركة
The
دي.
dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
الموسيقى حلوة أوي، بتدخل في المود كده.
I have this thirst for blood.
لا انا مودي مش متقلب، انا بس اللي بيحترمني بحترمه. مثلا بيقول حاجة مش عاجباني بتضايق، مش متقلب. بس اكيد يعني محدش هيقول لي حاجة وحشة وانا قاعد بضحك فهقول له وانا بضحك عيب على فكرة. لا، في حاجة اسمها جد وفي حاجة اسمها هزار. فلا هو مش متقلب، هو على حسب الموقف انا باخد رد الفعل المناسب، مش متقلب. ما ينفعش
What will
واحد
London have to say to me?
ياخد رد فعل مع حد مثلا وهو بيهزر، عشان في ناس بتفتكر ان ان هو اساسا بيهزر. فلا، في اوقات الواحد لازم يبقى جد، وواحد اوقات
So
ممكن
many
يهزر مع بعض.
questions unanswered.
والله لو انت عندك اسئله كتير مش متجاوبه، انا عايز الاجابه عشان افهم انا بلعب ليه اصلا يعني.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum?
هي ماري راحت فين؟ العضاضة بنت العضاضة اللي كانت عايزة تعض جوزها دي.
The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant. Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
كويس ان انا جيت ابص هنا.
This is a slaughterhouse. It's locked, all right.
لوك تفتحه، والله انت ليه محسسني يعني ان هو لوك ده ما تقدرش يفتحه. اللعبة دي حتى الآن حلوة. حتى الآن اللعبة دي حلوة.
Something dire must have come about.
في دم هناك. بس قبل ما نروح هناك
It's locked.
لا هي حتى الآن فعلا حلوة على فكرة. عن نفسي كشخص ليلي بحب الليل.
There is no one in sight.
وبحب الألعاب الليلية. طبعا مش بحب كل الألعاب الكئيبة، أوقات طبعا بكون عايز ألعب ألعاب كده فريش كده، بس الألعاب الكئيبة حلوة برضه. اوقات كده الواحد بيجيله مود كده اللي هو عايز يلعب لعبة كده تخنقه، لعبة تقلب عليه المواجع. لعبة تحسسه ان هو المفروض ما يعيش اساسا. يعني عارفين انتوا الالعاب دي تحصل حالة كده للبني ادم. لا في نوعية الالعاب دي، يعني الواحد بيحس انه عايز يلعب نوع من الالعاب دي، اللي هو اديني كمان يا باشا، اديني في المواجع يا باشا. عاملين زرار عشان الجري ده بياخد من الاستامنا. انت بتهوهولي.
There's no one in.
ده بيهوهول، الكلب بيهوهولي. معرفش لو مسكته من زمارة رقبته هعمل رقبته دي كرة بينج بونج. انا عايز امشي مستقيم، ما احبش كده نمشي مستقيمين كده.
Where has everyone gone?
نبقى نقلب بعدين.
According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail.
ايه ده فار. تعالى حبيبي تعالى. هو طبعا حاجة مقرفة ان انت بتشوف فامباير يا عيني اتدحضر بيه الحال، وبدل ما يعض بني ادمين بيعض فان. You just found a new hideout. Here you can spend your experience points while resting or cutting mesh. Dairy points ماشي. خمسمية نقطة بس مش قليلين. Crafting on workbench. You can craft medical treatments, weapons. ماشي كده مش معايا حاجة عشان اعمل لها كرافت. انا كنت متأكد من ده ولا معايا؟ مش عارف اصلا الابجريد بتعمل ازاي، يعني ادوس عليه ولا اعمل ايه؟ ماشي بعدين كده كده برضه مش معايا حاجة عشان اعمل له. هما 500 نقطة 300 نقطة. اوه 300 نقطة. increase number of health points. ايوه دي حلوة. كده وكده من الناس اللي دايما بقول لما تلاقي لعبة زي كده حوش معاك النقط يا ابني عشان هتحتاجها بعدين. بس في حاجات كده مهمة. اكيد هاكله يعني، بس قبل ما اكله لحظة واحدة. هو مش ده الباب اللي المفروض هو صح؟ هو هو ولا مش هو؟ كاتو عايز اتاكد من حاجة. اعتقد هو. المهم هو ولا مش هو بقى؟ ها unknown ثلاث اشخاص. ما فيش اي تفاصيل عن اي شخص منهم.
At last, a little life.
Welcome, sir, to the turquoise turtle.
Are they stupid or something?
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
واو، اخيرا وصلنا للنقطة اللي انا عايز اجربها بقى، موضوع الحوارات ده.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
ممكن يدخل لك inside.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
تخش ما تقلقش. كل اللي اعمله لو حصل
You
حاجة
again.
يعني،
What can I do for you?
Thank you. Goodbye.
Are they stupid or something?
يعني ما تقلقش. كل اللي ممكن يحصل، ممكن كل اللي يحصل يعني هي عضة، ما تقلقش يعني، مش اكتر من كده.
Damn it. I think drink no longer stood.
He didn't deserve this.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is the sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Yes, we can.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
عيش انت بقى مع البطل بتاعتك دي.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
The murders? What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, a turquoise turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
اتفضلي. مش عايز
I'll leave
تكلميني
then.
ده
Thank you.
حاجة ترجع لك.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boys girls come
It's a good thing you can.
ده لو انا اكلته 350 اكسبان. اوه لا ولا خدتوا بالكم انتوا؟ ده لو انا اكلته يعني ما شاء الله عادي جدا. انا هعمل حاجات زي الفل في اللعبة دي.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
There's gotta be something can be done to get
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
هابت.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm, saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word with anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you.
بعد الاستقبال الحلو ده.
And who might you be?
دكتور إدغار سوانسي. واحدة 6000 اكسبيرينس. دي شخصيات الهم اعتقد.
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
أكيد يعني
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docs have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
And what exactly is this brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may, if you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
والله هو احنا الاتنين لو فعلا بنمشوا نفس الحاجة يا عم الحاج. انت الست كانت عندك. لا مش متأكد.
Perhaps. This is all new to me. I'm not even certain what I'm looking for.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
Answers الأول.
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
لحظة كده.
Can I have some privacy, please?
ماشي يا حبيبي. نزلت تحت بنت اللذين.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight.
I hope I live long enough to see
Someone
them
must
records.
know something.
Something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
Thank you, miss. Goodbye for now.
It's a good thing.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
ماشي.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts. Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
أيوة أنا عارف.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
الراجل ده هنت required. في حاجة مطلوبة عشان الراجل ده يقول الحقيقة.
Are they stupid or something?
Can be done to get out of this
Been to India.
mess.
تعال انتي قولي
Yes,
الحقيقة.
sir.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. But my God, his eyes. His face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
كده الهند. You discovered a hint. It reveals a secret about citizen. أيوة حلوة الهنت دي. As a vampire, you need human blood to evolve. ماشي. The blood quality bar index the experience point. You will earn if you feed on these citizens. Locked hints increase the amount of experience points. يعني كل ما بعرف حاجات جديدة كل ما الاكسبيرينس بوينت تزيد كل ما اجي اكله هاخد كل البوينتس دي كلها. يعني هما بيقولوا لي يا تاكل بني ادم يا ما تاكلوش او بيجبروني يعني بمعنى صح ان انا باكل البني ادم ده. Tom and William Bishop used to be a good friends. في 4 هنت تاني ماشي. ده لا ما تقوليش اللي تقصد دي ما دي شفتها انا دي بيقول لك حاجه بتزود حاجه. لا ما تقوليش على دي.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
You again. What can I do for you?
As a vampire, you can force a citizen to reveal information thanks to a hint you have discovered. Yes, baby. Blue rum. ماشي. Talk to me about
Tom,
William.
talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why? Why you lie to me, Tommy?
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. Can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
وفي دم هناك فعلا.
I think I'm losing my mind.
بيقول لي هناك عند البوتس وفي فعلا هناك. اهو في دم هناك. الأول كان مع أخيها كده.
Leave me alone.
ماشي.
I'm occupied presently.
He didn't deserve.
ده عنده هنتات برضه وعنده هنتات.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you?
And you're still ugly.
I'll leave.
يلا بينا حبيبي يلا بينا بقى.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city. The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. What's this? Some sort of note.
يوم 30 أكتوبر from جي ماكلم. أنا عارف أنا جي ماكلم ده عارف للأسف اتحرق عليا. 2 داكس بترولز الروايات بتاعت اللي هي عند السفن كده. Many years in the docks vicinity, suspicions of nasty leash persons locate the beast, burn it down quickly, warning according to the recent reports, the vampire is very violent one. Only approach with highest caution. I know we lack of men for now in this part of town, but don't send rockets to investigate the case. If I am correct, we have got a frenzy one killing each night. As always, search first for abandoned places like empty houses, basement, sewers, or a warehouse. Destroy the leash brothers. بيقول لهم ان الفامباير ده قوي جدا وغبي جدا وعنيف جدا. تمام. ويعني تتخذوا الحذر الشديد وانتوا رايحين تقتلوه. انا عارف طبعا ان احنا يعني عندنا نقص في الرجاله وكده نقص في الرجاله يعني اللي شغاله البوليس وحاجه زي كده. تمام. بس لازم ما نبعتش ناس مبتدئين عشان يحققوا في الموضوع ده، ولازم نركز عشان هو بيقتل كل يوم شخص وحداني كده، واحد قاعد في بيت لوحده وقاعد في القبو بتاع البيت، بيبقى شيء بيقتل شخص وحداني كل يوم يعني. هي دي المعلومة. لا مش عليك انت، ما انا شفت، انا اللي قلت لك على الشخص ده، ما انا شفته في بس الحد يعني.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
حرامية. ماشي يا حرامية. مفيش ستيلز هنا صح؟ مفيش ستيلز. Equip and the best to use ranged weapons.
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
اوعى تشوفني، اوعى تشوفني، اوعى تشوفني، اوعى تشوفني، اوعى تشوفني، اوعى تشوفني. لا ما انا عارف، انا عارف. physical melee ranged blood shadow. Okay.
Turn around, sir.
هو يعني للأسف أنا مش هتقول.
Let's head back to a warm fire. Shut that foolish mouth of yours.
أنا عايز أحط السلاح يا جدعان. استخدم السلاح إزاي؟ أيوة كده، أيوة كده. الله. إلى لحظة. ماشي.
You ever know McCullum to be wrong about anything?
Right. No time I can remember. But I've only been part of the guard 3 weeks to the day.
All the more reason to shut it, Mr. Billy. Look lively! It's on to us! It's on it!
He's done for!
هي العضة ما بتجيبش دم ولا ايه؟ عضته ما خدتش دم. ولا هما اللي ما عندوش دم ولا ايه؟ لا ما كانش مليان، ما
I'd
كانش
step
مليان.
back, sir. Over there! There's one of them.
ما كانش مليان. كنت مضروب.
I like their screams when you burn them alive. Kill it! Fuck, he's fast! Bloody leech! Leech, boy! Watch out! Filthy piece of shit!
كده عارف ان انا كده راجع تاني، بس بحب انا اطمن ان انا ايه مفوتش حاجة. يا عم قدراتي ملهاش لازمة دلوقتي. I know that some of our companies consider that our best advantage we have in our fight against leashes is that they cannot go out during the day. الإيجابية بتاعتنا إن الفامبايرز دول ما بيطلعوش في النهار. Those we could hunt them down when they hide and sleep. نقدر نصطادهم وهم نايمين ومستخبين. Since they are powerless لما يكونوا ضعفاء طبعا عشان النور. This is a rookie mistake. دي خطيئة المبتدئين. First, because vampires are clever. أولا عشان الفامبايرز أذكياء. And they have countless resources and tricks to avoid being spotted in their den. عشان عندهم حيل كتير ان هم ما يقدروش حد يعني يحاصرهم في مخبأهم. Second, because they deploy many deadly traps to kill any intruders in what they consider their most precious century. It was cost us much men and too much explored vampires and hedgehogs. The best tactic is to follow and destroy them when they really are vulnerable. When they hunt at night, it is much easier to attack them than for they can easily be spotted. That's smell and but toxic man. From a new war by Jeffrey Macklem. جيفري ماكلم ده اللي مات. مين اللي كتب الرغي ده كله؟ ما ترجموهاش ليه بالعربي على الاقل؟ طيب كان انا فاهم، انا عشان عايز اترجم للناس برضه، بس يعني مش
Don't come closer, sir. Over there.
انتوا لما واحد بيبقى فاهم حاجه بس مش عارف يشرحها لحد. هم الاشخاص اللي يعني انا بترجم مع نفسي بس مش واصله، يعني مش عارف اشرحها. مش عارف ليه باكل فين والله، بس يعني احسن ما هم يفضلوا قاعدين كده في الشوارع كده والناس قرفانه منهم.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
حضرتك علامة حمراء.
It's locked all right.
علامة حمراء. ركز والنبي ركز. unknown. ده في ده شكله ده يدي على انه اسمه هنري بصراحة. ويليام قصدي. ده شكله يدي يعني يبقى شكله مدي يعني هو اسمه ويليام. Equip a 200 weapon and the class to use. كان طيب ماشي. ويليام I can feel it. ايوه هو بياكل حد. استنى في اي حاجة هنا؟ طب يلا نروح.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
سيبوا يلا يا جعان يلا.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
لا انا غير البتاع ده مش عاجبني. اشيل ده ازاي؟ ما كنت حاطط سلاح معين كنت حاطط سلاح معين مكان المسدس.
Stop. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed this drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
فأنا أقتلك ما تموتش وتسيب بنت هي اللي تقتلك. يا حقير يا قذر.
This poor creature can't be my maker.
A blood symbol.
Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Not يا ابني. أدون ويرو. يا عيني مش هتشوف نور الشمس تاني يا جوناثان.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that Skal. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back. But I will tell you, she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed. A surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research.
أهلا نور.
And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
نورت القناة. هو سيف.
That word
شكرا.
again.
شكرا
From a
جدا على
so-called
الاشتراك.
man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
إذا الموسيقى وقفت لي كده مرة. والله يعني نورتني بجد، واتمنى يا رب تكون جوست تسوشيما عجبتك ويكون البث ده يا رب عجبك. اتمنى يا رب، امين يا رب يكون بس عجبك.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
لا، هو المفروض ان الساعة 3 أو 4 بتوقيت مصر. I have take me to the hospital. I have accepted Dr. Swan's help. I will work at the Pembroke Hospital. I have no choice. The man knows about my condition. About what I have become a vampire. I cannot believe this. I don't know anything about the casual medical facility. لحد هنا نترجم، أحاول أترجم. أنا قبلت عرض دكتور سوانز، قبل مساعدة دكتور سوانز، يعني هيشتغل في مستشفى بيمبروك. ما عنديش أي اختيار، الراجل عارف حالتي وأنا بقيت إيه، فامباير، مصاص دماء. يعني أنا مش مصدق ده، أنا معرفش أي حاجة عن الجدول بتاع الجدول الطبي. المهم everybody here will take me for what I am not anymore. Jonathan E. Reid the famous surgeon. الناس هنا كلهم يعتبروني بحاجة أنا ما بقيتهاش، يعني بينه وبين نفسه أنا ما بقيتهاش خالص، اللي هو الدكتور جوناثان ريد المعروف. I must lie to them all, to the patients, to the staff. This is my new home where I will hide from all who are after me, where I will hide from everyone until I get a better understanding of what is going on. أنا لازم أكدب عليهم كلهم، المرضى والعاملين. ده بيتي الجديد. لا بيكسبي ايه اللي شغالك انتي؟ ده بيتي الجديد اللي هستخبى فيه من الناس اللي بتيجي ورايا. اللي هستخبى فيه من كل الناس اللي مرتين، هستخبى من كل الناس اللي بتيجي ورايا واستخبى من كل الناس لحد ما افهم ايه اللي بيحصل اكتر. قلت لك انا ولا ما قلتش؟ المهم لو ما قلتش، البث الساعة 3 أو 4 يوميا، بس هو الأكتر بيبقى 3 بتوقيت مصر. وبنزل أنا اللي هو يعني البث قبل ما ينزل بعمل له حاجة عشان بعمل عليها تعديلات يعني، تمام. فبيكتب لك انت هيشتغل عندك انت الساعة كام، يعني بنزله مثلا على بالليل بعد البث ده كام ساعة، هي موجودة على القناة عشان تعملوا مثلا ريمايندر، تذكير ليك إذا يفكرك قبلها بنص ساعة وكده. فيعني هو بتلاتة أو 4
ساعات. It's okay, Jonathan. I'll see you later.
It's okay, Jonathan. No, it's not okay. حلو اللبس ده.
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seed of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
هو انت عملته في البحر ليه؟
Oh, come on, you bastard! I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse!
حبيب قلبي، حبيب قلبي يا احمد، منور. كيفك؟ شو اخبارك؟ شو احوالك؟ شو الدنيا؟ لحظة واحدة. انت في حد يطلب مساعدة كده؟ عشان طويلة، يعني طويلة قوي، يعني هلعبها بس وقت ما احس ان انا عايز العب الدين، بس هلعبها اكيد، اكيد هلعبها. تعرف يعني لو كنت شخص محترم 500 بس انت لسه في عندك هنتات.
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
The blood quality takes how much it... To drink the blood of your prey, you first need to mesmerize them to lead them out of sight. ايه ده هو عمل ايه؟
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
اهو ماشي. عملت ايه يا جوناثان؟ نومته تغناطيسي؟ لا اللي انا عارفه ان هي اطول من تسوشيما.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
احنا هنهزر يا محمود ولا ايه؟ اي نعم شخص حقير، بس انا لما عرفته
It is
حقيقته.
wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
محمود انت كنت منورني دلوقتي بقيت بتستعمل. هو لسه، وخلي بالك لحظة واحدة. انت شفتها طيبة منين؟ حضرتك ده
What happened?
عنده 4 هند. اخد ليه 500 لما انا اقدر اخد اكتر من كده؟ هو مش قليل ادب. اعتذرلي وكل حاجة، بس ما زال قليل الادب. نهدى عليه شوية، نوصله للحد العالي، بعد كده ناكله. لا ده قليل ادب فعلا. لا قليل ادب، بس ما تقبلش ابدا بنقط قليله يا محمود. لما تقدر توصل لنقط اعلى ما تقبلش بالقليل يا محمود. اوعى تقبل بالقليل. اوعى تقبل بالقليل. وخد بالك من شيء، هو بعيد ان هو ليه الادب، ده قتل واحد قدامي. الباشا قتل واحد ورماه في البحر قدامي. فاللي هو يعني ازاي هسيبه ده يعني؟ مش
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the 2nd floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
حلوة مس كريم، صح. عينيك الزرقاء حلوة بنت.
I would like to ask a few questions first.
تيجي تلعب مكان محمود؟ يعني لو مخنوق او حاجه تعالى العب مكاني. ما انت عارف يا محمود ان انا بحب اعرف الحاجات دي بنفسي.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
How is Master...
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Then معلش.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
وانت حتفني بعيد ليه كده معلش؟ يعني حتفني بعيد ليه كده؟ هو ايه اللي سكند فلور ليفت مش عارف ايه وتروح فين اخر الممر ايه ده؟
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
نتحاور مع الستاف كده نعمل
Good evening, sir.
جو يعني.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett's, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What is the...
This hospital is not...
It's more than enough.
Don't be misled.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Hospital completely full of patients. Back to home. Please go back home. البت دي حلوة. بعد إذنك ممكن أكلمها؟
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not. Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
كويس انك قلتي لي كده. انا اخليه شاتي طيب.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
رحت فين؟ كان واقف هنا. راح فين ده؟ هذا الدكاترة.
can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you, you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
مين ده؟ هو انا ليه كل ما اشوف الواد الاسود ده ما اشوفوش؟
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really?
انتي باصة كده ليه؟
It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to.
لا موضوع الكاميرا في الشات وحش.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem?
لحظة واحدة. رجعت يا شباب. شفتوا الصوت اللي من غير سؤال.
I should know about this.
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
And I thought last summer's epidemic was difficult.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I'll bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
New investigation.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
عايز 86 فلوس قليلة قوي هنا. قليلة قوي في اللعبة الفلوس. مش محتاجة أعتقد. دلوقتي الحالي مش محتاج أشتري حاجة. كلمتها جوينس ميلتون كلمته نيجو مش ضايع في البت كانت هنا بعده كلمتها اوكي دوسي بعده كلمتها
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
أهلا دوسي حبيبتي.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
لا ما تلاقيش ما ينفعش تتصرف معاكي كده اصلا.
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension, not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'll let you get some rest then.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
How painful...
So painful
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
How painful.
So painful.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Reads me like a book.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is, I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Oh, sweet girl.
حلو موضوع الحوار.
Reads me like...
I'll never forget anything from her.
Unfinished letter. بيمبروك هوسبيتال 2 من نوفمبر 2 of November. Children, sorry I did not write to you before, but it hurts like hell just to write these few words on a bloody paper. Don't worry, Dad, you will go out of the hospital as soon as his arm is fixed. ده الراجل اللي لسه بنتكلم. By the doctors. In the meantime, if you need something, go see Master Shadwick at the construction site and tell him you are Harvey Fiddick's boy and the girl. You remember Robert Shadwick, the big guy with a mustache who helped me repair the house doors last spring? Go see him and ask for a few puffs. He won't refuse to spare a few. I am sorry I cannot work anymore for now, but we will figure out something as soon as I am out. Don't worry, everything will be fine as soon as Daddy's arm is strong again. As soon as the doctors have fixed my arm. بيقول لعياله ان هما ما يخافوش. بابا راجع ودراعه هيبقى كويس وما تقلقوش من حاجه. اول ما الدكاتره بس يعالجوا دراعه وبابا هيرجع ويشتغلوا كل حاجه. لو احتاجتوا اي حاجه روحوا لعمو هارفي، تمام، وقولوا له ان انتوا روحوا لعم شادويك ده، روبرت شادويك، وقولوا له ان انتوا ولاد هارفي صديقه يعني، ولو احتاجتوا اي حاجه ما تخافوش وبابا راجع البيت. هو ده ملخص الرساله.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Doctor.
You seem worried about the safety of your family, and it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book. I never could keep anything from her.
انت اللي حسبتيها على السرير ولا؟
What can I do for you, Doctor?
مش انت.
Thank you, Nurse.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Overrated?
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
You better change your tone with me. Jealousy will not do you any good. No need for such.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital instead of a burden.
في هاشة بتيجي كده في المكان البعيد الواحد بيحب يسافر له.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd.
الواد ده مش حلو من جوه.
Thank you for your time.
الواد ده مش حلو من جوه.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
هو مشهور قوي كده.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
شو قوي كده جوناثان؟
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True, true. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior, a man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. Good evening, Mr.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
How could your
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Are you
well,
I won't.
Are you sure?
In other tell me.
I'm just a. I'm a.
Tell.
Strict what I.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
ماتوا يا عيني.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
أنا عايز أعرف مين اللي حاسبت الست على السرير.
I'm sorry you ended up on that plane aboard Revenge.
أنا عايز أعرف ده أبصله إزاي. أبصله إزاي؟
It's locked, all right.
It's locked. It's locked.
مفيش ولا شباك ولا أي حاجة.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago.
Oh.
You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
She is.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. even goodwill.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
Please show me what you have.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive and then sadly depart. I'm managing a train.
عايز اعرف ابص عليه ازاي. مش محتاجها هو فلوس. My sweet love, I finally found the missing money for the fee asked by the ambulance driver to bring you to the hospital. Not worry about nothing now else than getting better now, for I took care of anything. I asked some of our neighbors and they told me that this Master Hawkins is something of honest crook. He may ask extra money in exchange for a bed, but the bed is then granted. I am sorry, I refused to pay first, and I realize now that the important thing is that you heal soon. The Pembroke Hospital is a good hospital, I heard, despite the bad behavior of this Milton Hawks. I promise you that everything is okay now. I will see you in your clean bed as soon as possible. Kisses, Nikolai. السواق الحقيقي كان عايز منهم فلوس إضافية عشان يوديهم المستشفى وعشان يحط لهم يبقى ليها سرير يعني، وراجل ميت اهو. يا حقير يا حقير.
I'm sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation.
I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
عايز اعرف اشوفه ازاي بقى. اهي الحتة اهي.
I'm sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench.
It's locked, all right.
You must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
ماشي.
You don't mind if I search your pockets, do you, sir? You won't need any of these anyway. I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you.
يا حقير.
You see, no one has claimed your body, sir. So it would be such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir. And I thank you for your generous donation.
يا حقير.
It's locked, all right.
long letter. باينة من اسمها. برمنغهام 27 أكتوبر. هلو سيس، أهلا أختي. إيه الأخبار في لندن الكبيرة؟ هنا برمنغهام الأمور مش كويسة. اللي باين إن المرض رجع هنا تاني، أو الوباء يعني. وعندنا حالات كتيرة من العدوى في الحي بتاعنا. انتي فاكرة الست شيلر السكرية تقريبا، السكرية اللي في الدور التالت، ماتت من يومين. وخلاص شقتها بتتأجر تاني بالسرعة دي يعني. بيقول انت كنت هتدفعي لي مبلغ كبير جدا عشان تنامي على سرير واحدة ماتت بسبب من المرض. انا اسف ان انا ما خدت وقت طويل. انا اسف ان انا ما ردتش بسرعة على اخر رسالة. between taking care of little Bull and of mom and dad، عشان كنت باخد بالي من بول، مش عارف مين بول، وماما وبابا. عندي my job at the factory، وشغلانته في المصنع. I really find time to write to my favorite sister. أنا فعلا يعني بلاقي وقت بالعافية إن أنا أكتب لأختي العزيزة. By the way, my son says hello to his auntie بيبا. هي اسمها بيبا تقريبا. بالمناسبة ابني بيحييكي يعني أو بيسلم عليكي. You should see the little bugger already driving me mad. لازم تشوفيه، هو بقى بيجنني. وما بتقولك رجعي شوية حاجات وانت جاية. المهم يعني last letter you told me you thought about quitting your job Vampyr. بتقول I have to tell you babe you better think twice. Yes, I have a new fiance and no, I'm not you. So if you really want to quit and to do something, it's a really long letter. اوكي. بيبا كانت بتفكر ان هي تسيب الشغل هنا. اهلا بيبا.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Beba saves beds for patients who can pay. Beba feels useless as a nurse since the beginning of the epidemic. Beba is thinking about quitting the Pembroke Hospital. Some of Windows patients. فاضل 4 أشخاص. بس نروح للحقيقة اللي بيسعى الميتين.
Good evening, Doctor.
How dare you steal from the dead, Rakesh? Is that what your pawnbrokers is really about?
These people are dead, sir. What they possessed could be useful for the living. And I'm sure they would agree if they could speak.
Whatever your motives, you're making money by stealing from the dead. Dr. Swansea should be informed.
No offense, sir, but Dr. Swansea is one of my customers. As I told you, I like to help people, and everybody needs help from time to time.
الحقارة دي الحقارة دي.
Goodbye, Mr.
الحقارة والقذارة دي. مدمنة انتي ولا ايه؟
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
What?
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
عليكم السلام يا جو منور. كيف أحوالك؟ شو أخبارك؟ شو الدنيا؟ محمود مش عارف تقريبا مشي. محمود أصله بعتلي رسالة، عمل زي ذا لاست جارديان كده، تمام؟ فمش عارف انا رديت عليه تقريبا، مش عارف مشي ليه، بس هو ممكن يكون مشي عشان كده يعني. بس انتي منورة طبعا.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover.
لعبتي فامباير قبل كده؟
I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure.
هي حتى الآن حلوة.
Eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
لا هو انا ما كانش نفسي العبها اول ما نزلت، بس يعني كنت عايز العبها، لعبة لطيفة يعني.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
في دبانة رخمة أوي 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 أوي. قرفاني بقالها كتير، عايز أقفشها لما تيجي في مناخيري وتيجي في المايك. إيه ده؟ دبانة رخمة أوي. المشكلة ان هي دبانة صغيرة وواحدة، يعني واحدة. الجو فظيع. الحمد لله ما بخرجش من البيت، الحمد لله. انا لا اخرج من هذا المنزل الجميل. منزلي هو دنيتي.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
منزل جميل. هو الجو عامة مش عارف ليه انا كل حاجة يعني بزودها او مش بزودها. بحس ان الموضوع ما ينفعش نتكلم عن الجو ونقول كلمتين وخلاص، بس يعني بحس ان المواضيع بتحتاج تمعن اكتر في الكلام. بس هو من ناحية الجو،
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
الجو عبارة عن طقس. انا هبهركم. الجو ده عبارة عن طقس، بيبقى بارد او ساخن، دافئ او شاتئ. ايه شاتئ دي معرفش، بس يعني دافئ او شاتئ، والله حلوة. المهم يعني ان الجو ده حاجة كبيرة ويقويك يا رب. المشكلة ان مش عارف الناس بعد ما جت مشيت، وانا يعني لو عليا طبعا عايز انام وعايز اكل الاتنين. مش عارف الناس مشيت ليه، مش عارف.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No, we must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
At least that mistress of the dark.
معلش انا تقريبا عملت حاجه غلط حاجه يعني.
Good evening, Doctor.
يعني هو ممكن يجي يكلمك، ما ينفعش اقول لك ان هو ممكن يجي يكلمك، ما ينفعش اقول لك اتحرقوا بجاز انتوا الاثنين. مش عارف انت الواحد يفضفض معاك بكلمتين. انا بحب الالعاب اللي بتهتم فعلا باللهجه بتاعت الشخصيات. بحب فعلا الالعاب دي.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
بقولك يا ده حقير يا ده.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
عند امك في البيت. ده عند الحاجة والدتك والمكان هيبقى آمن ما تقلقش. عجبتني اوي. هو فين هيكون امن فين؟ هيكون امن فين يعني؟ يا شكرا على اللايك يا لايكك اثر فيا. مش عارف هما مشوا ليه والله، يعني الناس اللي كانوا في البث مشوا ليه؟ لا 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 انا قادر يعني. ده كان كوميديا يعني عند امه في البيت.
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
وعجباني اوي فكرة اللي هو الحوارات دي. الحوارات دي عجباني جدا. زي ذا ويتشر كده. انا لعبت ذا ويتشر الجزء الاول بس وعجباني جدا.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right
سمعت عن السلسلة بس ما جربتهاش.
But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
أنا سمعت الاسم ده قبل كده. سمعت توماس ألوود ده قبل كده. سمعت الاسم.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
لا انا فايتني كتير فعلا. في العاب كتير ما جربتهاش.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
هو أنا سمعت عن لعبة كنترول اللي انا عايز اخلص اللعبة دي عشان العب بقى كنترول بقى واخلصها، العبها واخلصها في كام يوم. ياه.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
No, none taken.
How close are you to Miss Hallcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
يعني انت قاعد هنا عشان هي تعضك؟
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
مش عارف اذا
Goodbye for
كنت
now, Mr. Elwood.
هذا اساعدك ولا لا، بس ما اعتقدش يعني. نفسي اعرف والله ما عارف الرد. شكرا انا مش عارف الرد المناسب عليها ايه. شكرا. بس نفسي اعرف يعني الواحد كده لما يجي يعطس بيغمض عينه كده، مش عارف ليه، بس بيبقى فيه تغميضة كده. تغميضة حلوة بصراحة. دارسي. الناس مش كتير على فكرة، الناس مش كتير. ممكن نتكلم عربي معلش. هتبقى انتي واللعبة عليا يعني. عربي، العربي حلو بقى.
It's locked. Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
عيني تنفجر من ضغط العطسة. نهار ابيض. بس هي بتتقفل لا اراديا كده، الواحد بيحس براحة وهو قافلها. ما انا اكيد عطست، انا بتكلم قبل اللي معطس اللي هو كده، مش بعطس وانا بعمل كده، لا. يا نهار ابيض، جبتها منين المعلومة دي؟ ما هو مش دايما، ما هي الفكرة مش دايما. قبل كده اكيد عطست وانا عيني مفتحة اكيد. بس دي معلومة غريبة اوي. يا نهار ابيض. عيني يعني انا جايب لك نضارة عشان تنفجري؟ لا طبعا، حرام. انا مش جايب نضارة او في الاخر تنفجر يعني. ما كنتش عملت النضارة بقى.
How did you end up in William
مساء عليك
Bishop's
وعلى
den?
كل
I had
القاعدين
received alarming
والسامعين.
news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
اللعبة دي قايمة على الكلام أكتر من أي حاجة تانية. يعني أنا تقريبا داخل في ساعة بتكلم بس مع الشخصيات.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
ما هنقدر اتكلم معاهم كلهم وما يعني واقدر اكمل بس انا عايز اخلص اتكلم مع الناس اللي
The situation has
هنا.
always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the Dockers trade union. The Wet Boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
بس هو اللي انا شايفه حاليا شايف ان الكلام مع الشخصيات هياخد وقت اكتر.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks, and I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
بس هي فكرة الاختيارات او ان انت تختار الكلام لما تيجي تكلم حد. حاسسها الفكرة دي وحشة لسبب ان انا شايف هي دي قلت امتى اصلا. انا كنت اعملها على دي مش عارف المايك قال لي لوحده مرة واحدة. ان انا شايف ان الموضوع الاختيار ده دمر المشاهد السينمائية اللي المفروض كان الواحد متعود عليها. يعني انا كنت بحب المشاهد لسه موجودة في الالعاب، بس الالعاب التانية اللي هي في اختيارات ما برضه المشاهد هتبقى احلى. ما كده كلها اختيارات عادية. خلي بقى في وسط المشاهد دي يبقى في الاختيار اللي هو في النص ده، سيبهم يرغبوا براحتهم ودين الاختيار ده.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest, and then I can go back to the people who need me.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
ما هو ده اللي انا قلته يا راجل. الاختيارات مع الراجل ده كلها كلام. يعني ما فيش اختيارات بتغير في شخصية. هنا الاختيارات دي كلها كلام، مفيش اختيارات بيغير الشخصية. انما بتكلم ان الاختيارات اللي بتغير الشخصية كويسة او وحشة ماشي، دي مثلا يوقفوا عندها. انما الاختيارات العادية دي ما يعني لو كده يعملوها مشهد، فاهمة؟ ما قلتش ان اللعبة تبقى كلها مشاهد وهي تختار الشخصية كويسة ولا وحشة. الاختيارات بتاعت كويسة او وحشة ماشي ادهاني، انما غير كده دي كلها كلام عادي. طب خلاص خليها على طول بقى في اللعبة.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
يعني مشهد على طول، مش هقعد انا الف الفن. مين اللي بينده على مين اللي بيقول هلب ده؟ مين في حد قال هلب؟ Enter the backyard garden. ايه ده؟ صح ما دخلتش الباك يارد جاردن لحد دلوقتي. اعتقد اكيد مش هنا، بس يعني هي لحظة. هي هنا يا مش هنا، يعني احنا كده هنلف.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
لا الصوت اللي مش مريحة دي. Lost wallet. ايه المناظر دي؟ متأكد اني ينفع امشي من هنا. ماشي. يا ابن الذين يا ابن الذين، هو انا ايه اللي هاخده منكم؟ يا ابن الذين انت كمان. يا ولاد الذين انتوا، اكبر دمي بس الاول عشان اعرف. بشا يا ابن رخمة. ايوه كده. يا حيوان. عايز اعض انا. اشرب يا ابني، اشرب يا ابني. ايه شكرا 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 شكرا. A photography of smiling and loving couple.
So, Mr. Hooks and Nurse Hawkins are an item. Those two have hidden their affections well.
واو. اوكي. انا مش فاكر اصلا موضوع المحفظة دي، انا عرفته منين؟ نعم لحظة معلش، يعني لو جريت كده هكسر البتاع؟ يا سبحان الله. دي ما اتكسرتش والتانية اتكسرت؟ يا سبحان الله. في شوية ألعاب كده بيبقى فيها شوية حاجات منطقية خرافية.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening.
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
You do realize you could both...
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this...
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see this city is crumbling down? Today people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow, we may be fighting for food.
يلا يا حقيقة يا حقيقة. رحت تشتري بطاقة؟ بتشتري بطاقة ناو. انا قلت هي البطايق بتتباع دلوقتي.
Goodbye, Milton.
Mission success. ميلتون خلاص. الحاج ده خلاص. ماشي. ايوه انا فهمت. بس عايز الواد اللي كان هنا ده. لا هي اللعبة حلوة والله يعني. والله على هتطلع. لا بجد هي اللعبة حلوة. كنت قلت لي فين بقى البتاع؟
Good evening, Mr.
I'm okay.
فيهم هي اللعبة فهمت الكلمة. فيهم هي اللعبة. فيهم هي اللعبة. افتكرت. في ألعاب حلوة.
Admit it, Mort.
Yes.
All right then.
Call it what you want.
Can I help?
I wrote a letter for my mother.
I see.
Yes. And I don't want...
أيوة فين بقى؟ US treatment for فيتيجو. يعني أنا هعمل ده عشان أديله treatment for البتاع اللي عنده دي.
Can I help?
I wrote a letter for my mother.
I see. And is this letter still...
Yes.
أيوة أنت حاولت
I have to
تقتل
go
نفسك
now.
فين؟ مش عارف أحاول يقتل نفسه فين. بس خلي بالك من حاجة. في بعض الألعاب لمدة محددة. شوف بقى لو في لعبة من اللي انت عايز تلعبهم هتخلص بعد مدة ولا لا. يعني أنا لما أنا كنت يعني عجبتني الفكرة، أعتقد فيك تاخد التوفي فيهم. أعتقد أنا كنت امبارح كنت فكرت فعلا إن أنا أشترك في بلاي ستيشن ناو. بتدخل في ناو وتدوس على اللعبة، بيكتب لك من تحت على الشمال كده المدة هتخلص بعد كام يوم. انا امبارح كنت عجبتني فكرة ناو بصراحة، ويعني قلت لو كده ممكن ابقى اشترك فيه. بدخل على شادو ذا توم بيدر كتبولي هتنتهي بعد 24 يوم. قلت نعم. بدخل على لعبة تانية كتبولي هتنتهي بعد 87 يوم. لا انا عايز لعبة اكون مطمن ان هلعبها وقت ما احب. فلا ما عجبتنيش الفكرة. يعني انا افضل في بلاي ستيشن بلس اخد لعبتين شهريا، بس اللعبتين هيفضلوا عندي احملهم وقت ما احب بعدين. بس مش لا بلاي ستيشن ناو بعد ما كنت فعلا عاجبني لا مش عاجباني الفكرة. هي دي فكرة ان انت تقدر تلعب العاب كتير. مثلا لو اشتركت سنة كأنك اشتريت 8 لعبة واحدة ب$60 ولعبت لعب كتير انت ما لعبتهاش مثلا من عليه. دي ماشي، دي الفكرة. توماس إليود ميل. ايوه توماس إليود. Notes even with a strong the patient face has been heavily burned and disfigured by a bomb during the war. هي فيلمز تو. تعالي ده انتي لبنا حاقدة يا صاحبي. خايف على المايك. اطلع فوق شوية. دبانة راحت فين؟ يعني المنديل فاضي، مفيش دم، مفيش دم، مفيش دم للدبانة. خليك دلوقتي، خليك، يمكن تيجي تاني ولا حاجة. دبانة رخمة أوي وصغيرة، المفعوصة دي. ماشي. endure severe pain from the wounds as the flames are burning under the skin. This emotion could it be case of ايه؟ هترك الدبانة بحالها؟ لا مش هتركها بحالها، مش هسيبها انا تخنقني انا. مش حتة دبانة مفعوصة لا راحت ولا جت تخنقني. تخنق مينا جيمر 98، لا هي ولا 10 زيها.
It's locked.
هو ده الكوريدور اللي هي قالت عليه؟ كوريدور. المشكلة ان انا ملقيتهاش، يعني انا متأكد ان انا ماسكها في المنديل، ملقيتهاش. مالك يا حاج؟
Good evening, Mr.
ليه يا حاج حاسس
Evening,
بالذنب؟
Dr. Reed.
ليه يا حاج حاسس بالذنب يا حاج؟
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells.
يمكن.
It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
معلش نسمع تاني هو قال ايه.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
شفت؟ عشان اللي ينام مع ويعمل كده يستاهل اللي يجرب
Why
كده.
lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody mask for the rest of my life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Why?
Come on. I don't want to wear...
وقلت كلام ما ينفعش يتقال.
Goodbye for now.
Damn.
بكره الالعاب بقى اللي ما فيهاش ان انت ترجع اختيار اللي هو
The pain. It's here again.
بس بتحسسك فعلا يعني بالحقيقة. لحظة واحدة. ماشي دي دبنا رخمة تستهبل بس ماشي. المهم بتحسسك بالحقيقة ان انت في الحقيقة فعلا لو اتكلمت مع شخص وقلت له الكلام تمام، كان مثلا الشخص ده ناوي يقول لك على حاجة فانت قلت له كلام وحش، فالشخص ده هيقرر ان هو ما يقولكش الكلام ده مثلا، وتتحمل نتيجة اختياراتك في الكلام معاه كده. ده حلو. لا ما انك عملت غلط ده، ما انت بتعمل حاجات غلط في الحقيقة يا خالد. لا حلو، بيختار اختياراتك غلط برضه في الحقيقة، مش كل اختياراتنا صح في الحقيقة. Dear brothers, I must now draw your attention to a very important point. لحظة واحدة. اوكي مش فاهم.
Fear and disgust on every street corner.
بس هي النقطة الوحيدة اللي مع الشخص ده كده، ان انا كده ما جبتش كل يعني ما وصلتلوش ل1000 بس مش اكتر. يعني ما اعتقدش ان هو في حاجة تانية، هو بس ان انا ما وصلتلوش 1000.
Good evening.
بس يعني مش عارفك اسأله السؤال ده.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Fear and disgust on every
هي دي
street
الفكرة.
corner. The daily routine.
Not now.
اتكلم براحة طيب. بالهنا والشفا بالهنا والشفا، ما تقولش كده قدامي يا خالد، ما تقولش كده قدامي، انا كمان جعان يا خالد.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes.
بالهنا والشفا. سلام.
Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin. The flower's dying. It needs water.
دي حاجات للفامباير ماشي.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
ده عشان البتاع ده. معيش حاجات عشان اعمل البتاع ده.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Level 6 required. نعم حمادة نعم.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
I have analyzed William Bishop's blood, but the result is only better. The blood sample was much more unstable than human blood and showed heavy mutation. But this is not what happened to me. خلاص هو كده يعني حلل الدم بوليام بيشوب تمام، والنتيجة كانت ان الدم مش مستقر وكان في نتيجة تحول كبيرة، وده مش اللي حصل مع جوناثان. I must keep searching. أنا لازم أكمل البحث. I need to gather more evidence of what is going on. لازم أجمع دلائل أكتر عن إيه اللي بيحصل. Time may be by my side but not on the... الوقت ممكن يكون في صفي بس مش عارف إيه الكلمة بصراحة. The epidemic is killing thousands of people of the whole city is on the verge of crumbling. I am starting to believe all of this must be connected. هو بدأ يصدق ان كل اللي بيحصل ده متصل. Somehow but I cannot see any pattern or I must replace the doctor. هيكمل كده لحد ما يعرف في ايه اللي بيحصل. طيب بصوا كده احنا قعدنا 4 ساعات. حلوين كده النهارده. هنكمل اللعبة دي بقى بكرة، واننا رغينا كتير اعتقد بكره مش هنرغي كتير، يعني هنخلص اللي احنا فيه ده بسرعه. كالعاده ويا رب يا رب يا رب ما يقطعنا عاده. بشكركم جدا 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 جدا. بشكر كل اللي عمل لايك، كل اللي عمل شير، كل اللي عمل سبسكرايب، اشتراك النهارده في القناه، بجد شكرا جدا ليكم نورتوني. بشكر على وجه الخصوص كل نوروني النهارده في الشات، شكرا ان انتوا جيتوا واتكلمتوا وقعدنا ندردش ونهزر شويه مع بعض. اتمنى يا رب ان انتوا تكونوا استمتعتوا، ويا رب نتقابل كل البثوث الجايه على خير، ويا رب دايما تكونوا بخير. امين يا رب، انتوا وعائلتكم وكل احبابكم، امين يا رب. ومش هطول عليكم، وكالعاده See you later, guys.
Dr. Swansea asked me to collect you, Dr. Reed. Hurry up.